Oh my gosh, the mic works now. How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing? So I'm just dealing with a couple of random issues on my mic and other things, like normal. And let's also switch the view because we're on the wrong view. There we go. That's better. So just wanted to talk about this a little bit. I'm going to be cleaning this up. This is actually one of our systems that went out to a customer local here in Michigan not too long ago. Actually, this one's probably more like a year, but it's been in service for about a year now. As you can see, it has collected quite a bit of dust. So it's in here for service. Number one, we're going to be installing a upgrade on its for its storage. It's out of storage or needs more storage. we're going to add some more storage to this system and also clean it up because it needs some major love. But I just wanted to show you kind of what a PC looks like after about a year of service. These things act like basically a whole house air filter, especially if you have a lot of dust in your environment. You can see the front here, it's just caked with dust. So we're going to clean this all up. I am going to take it outside to do this, and I can't really carry you guys with me to do that, so there's going to be some brief moments where I'm not going to be sitting here, but y'all can hang out and do whatever. But I don't know if you get a good enough view on that fan, but look at that. Look at that fan in there. You see how caked that is? Let's try to zoom in on that. I don't know how well this camera is actually going to work on this zoom. It's supposed to be like a 10 or 20x zoom. Let's go over to the right, to the left. But I mean, it's got some good size caking on there. Probably half a cat of fur. I don't know why my autofocus is not focusing. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty dirty. Needs some love. This is what happens when you get a lot of dust in your environment. But I just wanted to point this out because when you see this on your fan, it's time to clean it. Specifically because of the weight on the fan that this dust can carry. It's not that it's on there. That's really not really harming it because it's plastic, but it's throwing an imbalance on the fan, and that's going to ruin your bearing. So it's always important to try to keep it from getting like this the best you can. So always keep an eye on your fans. When you see them kind of caking up like this, we definitely want to take some time to clean it up. If you need help cleaning it up or need some advice cleaning it up, there's tons of YouTube videos out there already, but I do plan on making a video and kind of having it in my archive of how-tos for people. But it's relatively easy. All you need is some canned air or an air compressor. If you use an air compressor, just be careful because air compressors can spit water or moisture. You really don't want moisture inside your computer, obviously. So if you do use an air compressor, it's a good idea to maybe let it give it some time to dry out before you fire it back up. But then there's also other tools, dusters out there that are made specifically for dusting computers, which is like a vacuum, but all it's doing is blowing air. You should try to avoid using a vacuum in your PC because it does create static electricity. Not the greatest, but I mean, if you really don't have anything else, you could use a vacuum. Just be careful with it. Just don't touch the parts with the vacuum. If you're touching it while you're using the vacuum, make sure you're grounded, or make sure that the power cord is plugged in and the switch is on. Just don't turn your PC on while you're cleaning it. What that's going to do is complete the ground on your PC. That's one recommendation I can make. But overall, this PC needs some love. We're going to give it some love. We're going to give it a storage upgrade. And he's looking to pick this up actually today. So it came in earlier this morning, and we're going to be wrapping this thing up pretty quick. Let's switch to the top down while we're doing this. And I'm going to talk about the next PC that I have here. This is Dad's PC. Not my dad, but the customer. That's Dad. The customer's son is this one. Right here. This one actually came from, originally it was an HP Omen. We ended up, side panel to pop off. We ended up pulling the HP Omen parts out of its case and upgrading to a better case. We ended up upgrading to a better case out of the HP Omen and a better fans, I think this was his original graphics card. But overall, it was a much better case with much better airflow. It really helped his system kind of come to life. Now we're at a situation where he wants to upgrade his CPU, and he wants the expandability for other things like RAM and maybe more SSDs in the future. So we did get a hold of this package from Micro Center, which I'll talk about here for the pricing. It's actually a really good deal if you have a Micro Center nearby. Processor and the motherboard bundle, I think, was around $300, which technically it's a $220 Ryzen 7 5800X. $220 for the CPU, and then the motherboard actually came for $80 on the bundle. So if you buy this bundle, you get the motherboard for $80, which is really good price. So $300 for the bundle. It's a great price. It's going to get him up to speed. He was complaining about some bottlenecking on the CPU because it's I think a 3500 in there, a Ryzen 5 3500, which is the weird one that only OEMs use. Sorry, OEMs, integrators like HP, Dell, etc. They're the ones that use those dominantly in the systems, and they're cheap. They're not as good as a 3600, nor do I think it even has PCIe Gen 4 support. Correct me if I'm wrong. Might be wrong. But overall, we're just going to pull. One thing I didn't think of, now that it's here, I couldn't remember when I did the original case swap if we went to put in an AIO. We didn't. That is one problem that I might have to sort out. I do have a tower air cooler here that I could use. We actually might do that. You know what, we're just going to put this in there. Replace the stock cooler, because this Ryzen 7 doesn't have a stock cooler. This cooler is not going to be enough for this Ryzen 7. They're just going to go with the AK400 by Deepcool. There's no RGB on it, but it is actually a really good cooler. It's got 4 heat pipes on it, and it's a good tower air cooler. And it's black. It'll go with the theme. It'll fit the case. It'll help with cooling this CPU. We're going to throw that on there. Well, overall, it's a great board. Great CPU. We have to also get this upgrade done today. We're going to clean this one, add the storage. This one we're doing a motherboard CPU swap with a cooler upgrade. And then we also have a build later today, or later in the stream. Over here, this pile of parts. This is an order. This is our battle cruiser on our website that we're going to be building today. So that's a Fantex Eclipse G500A case. It's all black. We're building with a Z690 and a 12700K motherboard GPU combo, and 32 gigs of RAM and a 2TB M.2 SSD. I'm hoping the guy I referred to you ended up getting a PC from you, brother. Oh yeah, I hope. I talk to so many people, you're gonna have to remind me. And almost everybody that comes to me is usually a referral, because that's my that's just how it works. That's how it's always been. It's referrals. So remind me who that may have been. And I'm sorry, I'm getting old. I can't remember anything anymore. I try. If I had your face, I'd know who I'm talking to. I'm sorry. I'm more of a face guy. Well, welcome to the stream, M. Myers. The other problem is if we communicated somewhere else in a different platform, your name may not have been the same as what it is over here on Twitch. Oh, you upgraded your RAM. Nice. We're doing some upgrades here and on these two PCs, and then we have an actual build behind us. And that is the priority, is these two I have to have completed today. This is a dad's computer and his son's computer that are in for service. Dad's computer needs some cleaning and a 2TB M.2. So I'm going to probably walk off stream. Epic memento. So I am going to take this outside and probably clean this first. This one over here. I don't know if you saw the shot earlier on, but we've got some major cleaning to do on this one. It's going to be like Greg Salazar's cleaning episode, but it's not. And then this one over here is going to get a bunch of upgrades. My name is the same on all the platforms. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not all here right now. I just talked to so many people. My brain's not all here. You can yell at me. I'm sorry. So the amount of conversations, phone calls, and chats that I've gone through today, I've probably had at least 50. No worries, brother. I'm not offended, man. So I've had at least 50 people communicating. So I apologize if I am not recalling things. I'm focused on what I'm focused on right now, and that is what I'm doing. I'm also getting old, so I also have 2 kids. I don't know. It just keeps piling up. I don't. No, most of the time when it comes to a conversation, chats for me, I have to actually go back and read chats and kind of figure out what I'm talking about, or who I'm talking to, what our conversation was, and that's usually the best way for me to keep an accurate conversation right now, because there's just so many people. For example, these were planned, the build was planned, but I also have 3 guys local, like 3 guys coming later this evening to drop off computers. One for a GPU upgrade, another guy wants some consultation on choosing some parts for a build that he wants to do, and he wants to kind of do it, he wants to learn how to do it, so we're going to kind of do a one-on-one, which is cool if you're local. That can help help with the picking out the parts, going to Micro Center. We can just do it one-on-one, just walk you right through the whole process. And then the one-on-one build service that I offer is we come here, we do the build together, and I actually make him do most of the work. It's just me teaching him about everything that's going on. Hey, thanks, M. Myers. I appreciate that follow. So the one-on-one build session is actually really cool, and it teaches you how to build a computer, as well as I'm just constantly giving you information as to why we're doing things, why we're picking out parts, so you kind of just learn it. Best way to learn is by doing it, in my opinion. And I'm just like Gollum or Smeagol. They're kind of just guiding you, but not trying to stab you in the back and take the ring. Kind of, now that I think about it, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad metaphor to use for that. But overall, yeah, later tonight I got a couple other guys coming in, local. There's been a lot of local traffic on the weekends. Also, we're going through a website facelift. I've had a couple of people make some recommendations, and I had a couple of meetings today talking with people on some logos and cool stuff. So we're doing a little bit of service exchange, I think you could call it. So had some major conversations about the website and where we want to go with it, and what we want to do with some of the logo stuff. And if you haven't had a chance yet, definitely go check out the PC builder on the website. I need some feedback on what you think of the PC builder, the custom PC builder. So if you go to the website, at the very top of the page, there is a custom PC builder, and then the only one that I have up right now is the Intel 13th gen builder. But go through that and let me know. Give me some feedback on it if you get a chance. Well, let's go ahead and get started on this. For the most part, it's going to be out of my realm because I don't normally do PC cleans live on stream. I'm not going to be able to take you guys with me outside, but I'm going to take this outside, blow it all out because it's nasty. This one isn't as bad. This one actually did a really good job keeping the dust out. Actually very impressed. But it probably needs a little bit of a wipe down, maybe a quick blow. Quick blow. Be right back, guys.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I know.
Much better. So I just had to go outside and clean this one. This one's in for service. I think we're gonna plug it in, fire it up after we get the storage in there, and check the temperatures. See if we need to do a thermal paste, repaste on the CPU. Might even need to do one on the graphics card because it has been running for about a year. We got to take the graphics card out anyway for the storage upgrade. So may as well. Why not? I don't think we have the M.2 screw either. It would be in the parts package that was sent with the PC. So we'll need an M.2 screw and also fire this or thermal paste. Might even need pads. We'll see. So how's everybody doing today on this fine Saturday afternoon? Much cleaner though, wouldn't you agree? You can actually see the fins on the fan. Fans. The fan fins, the fin fans, the fan fins. We got a nice little M.2 screw. We're just adding a 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 3 NVMe. Sitting there trying to open this package and it's not opening, so I'm just gonna rip it open because why not? Ain't got no time for this shit. Well, that's unfortunate. Screwdriver I need is buried under all this other. Don't have the right one. Hello? I don't know why my autofocus randomly does that. Sorry. So I'm just installing the M.2 for the upgrade here. Then we're going to fire it up and check the temps. See if it needs a thermal paste. Repaste because the PC has been in service for some time. So I'm just going to put one screw in the graphics card here just to hold it in while we fire it up and take a peek at the temps under load. Hey, thanks for that follow, sir. TR Jerky, TRKY Jerky. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I took an attempt at it, and I'm like, your English, Ben, not the greatest. Just kidding. It's quite the name, sir. And thank you for that follow. Hey, T. Hanks, how's it going? Is it really the real Tom Hanks liking the stream right now and following? That was a follow? Thank you, sir. Tom Hanks is actually pretty badass. Probably one of my favorite movies out of Tom Hanks was Saving Private Ryan. Alright, let's fire this bad boy up and let's see what these temps are under a load. This is our next job over here. The one and only. Oh, hot diggity dog. Your performance in Saving Private Ryan was one of my favorites, sir. So we're firing this bad boy up because we want to check the temps on the CPU, which I think are going to be okay. But since it's in for service right now, it may be a good time to replace the thermal paste. We are doing a full clean on it as well. And also check the temps on the graphics card to see if maybe it needs a thermal paste and repad as well. Because it has, like I said, been in service for about a year. We blow all the dust out. Looks way better than what it was. We're going to wipe down the glass and everything, make it look pretty. Make it look new again. Dude. So, PC's doing an update. Howdy! Hey fam ops, how's it going? What's up? Love your badges, by the way. I actually want to clean those badges up a little bit, make it a little bit more noticeable, because it just looks like a blue block right here. Although it is it's supposed to be a white and blue PC, kind of like an entry build. What's up? Adam. I got source. I'm assuming FamOps is Adam. He is. I knew that. Pro Series motherboard is still firing up here. Windows updates is what we're trying to get through right now. So we're kind of delayed on the updates. It's going. Hey, Scotty. Scotty, how's everything going? Did you take a look at the PC Builder lately? I think the problem as to why it was freezing up on you is when I make a change to the PC Builder, custom PC Builder on the website, it oh crap, I forgot we have to get a password. Dang it! But anytime we make a change to the PC Builder online on the website, if you have something cached, it seems to break it. So if for some reason you can't get in there, try it in like an incognito tab and let me know if that works. I've noticed that. I'm trying to figure out a fix for it. But it's a caching issue on the web browser. I need my phone. I gotta get the password from this guy. Can't really go much further without that. I don't think. Yeah, nope. The Empower account is gone. So hopefully he messages us back quickly. Let's see. Haven't lately been kind of crazy around here, and my wife was up all, oh boy, last night puking. So, ooh, I'm sorry. I hope she gets better soon. Hopefully it wasn't like food poisoning or something. Oh, without getting close to my screen, the blade looks like a blue phone booth. Yeah, it kind of does. Well, that case actually does look like a phone booth out of London, but it's blue. Honestly, that case, the front of it looks like that, so I can see that, yeah. I kept having issues yesterday after you added something, but I got it working late last night. Yes. So it's a caching issue. I've noticed anytime I make a change, which I'm in and out of it trying to modify it based on people's feedback, but anytime I make a change, I've noticed if you are already previously in it, it's something to do with what's cached on your web browser that causes it to just sit there and spin. And it happens more likely on a phone or mobile device like Android or iPhone. than it does on a desktop website. So if you do run into that issue, just temporarily open up an incognito tab on your web browser and try it then, and it should work fine. It's weird. I have to figure out why or what to do to make that not do that anymore. And I think it's like there's a command in WordPress that I have to tell it to clear cache or something when you go to the website next. It clears the local cache for you. I don't know. I'm not a website guy. I'm just figuring this shit out. But I'm almost done with the budget series, specifically for AMD. And then I also wanted to add a budget series for Intel. And then I'll have the AMD 7000 rigs PC builder up as well. So that's kind of the direction that I'm going right now. I did notice that if you try to remove all from the cart, it doesn't seem to work. That's something I'll have to look at. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Oh, we got the password. Nope, nobody looked. He also doesn't know that I'm doing this live on stream. I think I mentioned that I may stream it, and he was okay with it, but I don't think he knows that I'm actually doing it right now. I did notice if you try, yeah, like I said, I'll take a look at that and see what the deal is there. That is kind of a pain in the ass. Once all the parts are in the cart, it's not just one unit. It's all the parts that you selected, all in the cart. I'll look at that. I think there's a feature I can add to the cart that would allow stupid mount. But anyway, it would allow you to do that. And I think that's already added. It's just I gotta modify it or figure out what the deal is. All right, so we're in. I'm gonna run a benchmark tool here. Hopefully we still have one installed. We do not. Let me get one installed. Basically, I want to run a load on the card and the CPU, like Cinebench or something, and just see how hot it's getting after a year's worth of use. Just to see if we need to do some thermal paste on it. I'm pretty confident that the thermal paste is going to be okay. But we might replace it anyway, just because it's in here. May as well. And I do have to get in here and create the partition for the new SSD that we just added. So if you've never added more storage to a PC, at one point I had $12,000 worth of parts, holy crap. Let me know if you're going to be doing a $12,000 build. I'll work with you on that and get that down. We can get that price down. It just keeps... Oh, that's because you had double. Okay. Just keeps adding them over and over. LOL, I wish. Okay. Good. Yeah, I get what you're saying now. It just added double in the cart. Yeah. Adding to the cart, I guess... Yeah, that makes sense. See the total after shipping and all that. That's actually a good idea. Maybe I can get the shipping and... Well, I can't really calculate taxes on the PC builder. It has to go into the cart before it calculates the tax. I'll think about that too. Alright, so we got our benchmark installed. We're going to run that. And I want HW monitor open. All right. So we have on an idle right now we're at 45, 46 Celsius. This is a Ryzen 7 3700X. So that is a little bit warm for the idle. Might be time just to do it. Like I said, I was probably just do it anyway. But I'm gonna run a test on the card real quick. See how that is. See how that's holding up. You guys might want to, I mean, how many of you have done a repaste on a graphics card or your graphics card? I can show you how to do it on a, looks like a 1660 or 2060. Not sure which one this is. So we're climbing pretty quick. The temps are climbing pretty quick, so but the fans haven't kicked on like crazy yet. And all I'm doing is running Valley, the Valley benchmark, full 1080p, max anti-aliasing and stuff. It's actually doing really good. This has got to be a bigger card than... Oh, it's 2070. That's why. I was like, man, it's really pushing some good frames. It's an RTX 2070. Actually running pretty well, the thermal paste or the temps on the card. We're on a full load at 62 Celsius right now. It climbed pretty quick from like the 40 Celsius that it was running at on idle, and now we're all the way up to 62, and that's kind of where it's hovering, which is pretty impressive. Having heat issues? No. So this PC came in just for a storage upgrade, and he also wanted it cleaned up because it was really dusty. He bought this PC from us about a year ago, so or had us build it about a year ago, and so it's been running for about a year. And he brought it back in for a storage upgrade, and then he wanted it cleaned up. So usually when I do a cleanup, I also check temps to make sure we don't have to replace thermal paste on the CPU and the graphics card, because it's in here. It may as well. Just takes a few minutes. Graphics card is actually really good. I'm impressed. We cleaned all the dust out. We put the SSD in there, and CPU, I'd say we'd probably want to do the thermal paste. It seems like it's a little worn out, but the graphics card is really good, so I'm not even going to bother with the graphics card. It is holding some really good temps, and it's not throttling or anything. So, yes, sir. I just thought, you know, I'm doing a build stream anyway, and these are things that I got to take care of before we start the build, because they're looking to pick up today. So I may as well just do it live on the stream. Maybe somebody will learn something from it. I don't know. Alright, so the thermal paste is definitely a need on the CPU. We'll do that. That's easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Alright, so the 2 terabyte M.2 shows up. We're just going to really quick make a partition just to make sure that's done and I don't forget to do it later. There we are. Good to go. And let's shut it down. Do that thermal paste. Honestly, what I need to do is get my first PC fixed and possibly some parts upgraded. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. These guys are perfect examples of that. This over here used to be an HP Omen. He started out with an HP Omen before he found out who we were. And here, I'll show you this one. So we took everything out of the HP Omen because it was just overheating like crazy. It's just no airflow in that case. We put it in about $100 case to give it some more life. And now today he's in for a CPU upgrade and a motherboard upgrade because he wants to get rid of the HP Omen motherboard that is very limiting. because he can't add. He's missing 2 slots of RAM. He doesn't have. I don't think he has Gen 4 support with this motherboard. So he wants Gen 4 support, and he also hates the Wi-Fi on this board. This Wi-Fi sucks. So we're switching over to an ROG Strix B550F gaming Wi-Fi 2. So it's a much better motherboard, giving him a lot more compatibility and a lot more he can do with it, you know, continuing on and upgrading. So this is a perfect example of slowly upgrading to get a better build. I think he's got a 2060 in here right now. Yeah, that's 2060 by EVGA. My next recommendation for him is going to be storage, and because he's still on a SATA SSD. But I mean, now that he has Gen 4, he can definitely get a really fast SSD. So anyway, like, the storage is probably next, and if he wants better frames, maybe a better graphics card. But overall, I mean, that's how you do it if you're on budget. You know, you got a budget, you have to stay on a strict budget. Definitely, piece by piece, my friend. No shame in that. That's how I do it, actually. I mean, my PC's like Frankenstein. It's not like the perfect clean one. I mean, it's pretty clean, but as long as it doesn't shut off on me while I'm streaming, I'm happy with it. I took the graphics card out because it's a pain in the butt to get to these clips to take this fan off while you're trying to get the thermal paste or get this cooler off. You have to take the fan off to get to it. What am I saying? I'm kind of glad I did that. I can wipe down these fan blades a little bit better. Because there's a little bit of dust still on them. While we're in here, may as well clean it. But if you're taking your PC apart and you're cleaning it, good habit to clean the blades best you can, because you don't really want the dust on the blades, because it causes a little bit of imbalance on the bearings. Any little bit of weight. Make sure it's at least even across the blade. Good idea. Especially if you smoke or vapor on your PC, it gets sticky. That dust just sticks right back to it. Well, that sucks, is when your heatsink kind of like that. It's not caked in there, but you can see right through it. Just around the edge. Not much I can do about that, unless I sprayed liquid through it. I really don't want to do that. Could cause more damage than good. The metal. Powder coated. Like aluminum. I don't know, what do you think I should throw on there to try to get some of the dust off the aluminum? It's sticky. Yeah, this paste definitely needed to be changed. Feel it. I need... Where's my paper towels? Hold on. Hey, we have paper towels. Now we can clean the thermal paste. Always use something you're willing to throw away. Oh yeah, this paste needed to be done. It's quite dry.
Oh, you have to pee.
Probably gonna have to take it back outside and blow it one more time before I call this done.
So anyway,
But I mean, look at how solid this thermal paste is. Shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't be chunky. But that's a sign that you need to do it.
anyway, Roxy. Oh, that's burn here. I don't remember much. Drop her on the floor, and then bring the car back to work. And then we were both at the
Looks like it bled off the side there pretty bad.
that's close. Not close. Nothing. Close as I pick up. Everybody woke up at like 9 or 10. Or 10.
Let's see if I can get this chunky stuff out.
Audrey texted me. I don't know. I told her. Audrey's like, I want you to go.
Definitely was the right call here. Just cover it all in plastic, kind of like your grandparents did back in the day. And yeah. That's one way we could do it. You'll ever know. All right, that's a lot cleaner. About as clean as it's gonna get. Got a little bit of a dust collector here around the old SSD. Clean that up real quick. Sure nothing fell into the slot, which it did. There's actually something in the slot. And oh god, Cat just knocked that over.
Right.
Nice! There's something in the slot. PCIe slot has like a crumb in it or something. We're falling apart quickly. Hold on, I gotta go get my blower. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the blower 4000. All better. Got it out. It was actually a little chunk of thermal paste that ended up dropping in there. Nice. Okay, now we're ready for some new thermal paste, now that we got that all cleaned out. Alright, so that's done. Next up, we gotta remount this heatsink. Cable's going underneath. So if it's really bad, you could use some alcohol, clean it up, but not your standard alcohol, the isopropyl blah 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 stuff. Easy. That's always an option if you need to. Relatively cheap stuff you can get ordered on Amazon. Don't want to leave your house. Put these cables back where they belong. Get yourself back in there, sir. Alright. Just wanted to make sure that dust was all blown out. Any chunks. Alright. I kind of want to check. I think it's alright. What do you guys think? Should I just do the graphics card now or what? To upgrade, can I buy the parts needed to ship them with the PC, or do you prefer to get the parts? No, if you want to do that, you could definitely. I don't have to buy the parts. I actually do that quite a bit with people over here locally, where they buy the parts and they're like, now I'm nervous about building it, and then they bring it over to me and then I build it for them, or do a one-on-one build, kind of teach them how to build it. But yeah, if you wanted to buy the parts and ship them here, you're more than welcome to. Honestly, don't make anything off the parts, most of them. The only thing I can't offer when we do that is a warranty, other than warranting my service. But I can't offer a warranty on the hardware if you purchase the hardware. But I mean, I'm more than happy to help you if there's ever a problem. And I also noticed I forgot to remove that logo. 1 second. But yeah, if you wanted to buy the parts and send them here and have me build it, more than happy to. Along with the PC for the upgrades. Or if you wanted to save on shipping, I could try to walk you through the upgrades. It'd probably be a lot quicker and easier. Or cheaper anyway, because you won't have to pay for all that shipping. Okay. Honestly, the one thing I don't know is what's causing the PC just to cycle power, or if it's on just the blue screen and shut off. Usually that's pointed right to the power supply as the problem. Although it could be several different things. For example, it could be motherboard issue. It could be CPU overheating. It could be RAM issue. But just based on that first, what I read right there, it sounds like a power supply. That would be my first gut decision to change the power supply out and then try it. Pretty big job to change the power supply out, but it might be the problem. And then you're pretty much all done. It's probably the easiest thing to troubleshoot because all you got to do is unplug the connections and plug the connections back in. In fact, you don't even have to take the old power supply out to test. You can buy a new power supply, set it right next to the PC, plug it all into the ports right here on the front, and I guess your storage as well if you have any, and then plug the power cord into that. Just don't use the power supply that's in there. Fire it up and see what it does. That's one way you can test without taking your old power supply out. A lot easier to do when you have power supplies and a bench to work on and everything just right here, but it's still a lot easier than pulling out your power supply. My wind direction. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, that's one way you could do it. I'm just wiping down the front mesh here really quick. Yeah, kind of give it its glorious shine back. Nice and clean. Then I'll do just a quick wipe down here at the top. And the back side. There we go. Looks good as new. Almost. Could run better too now with the CPU thermal paste being done, you know. It's not going to be overheating or anything. It's going to run nice and smooth. Really quick wipe the backside as well. So the towel I'm using here is really grabby, meaning it grabs dust and it holds onto it, which is nice when you're in this environment. We don't want dust floating around in here. There we go. Fire it back up. And then to wipe the glass, usually I recommend just putting the glass on the PC and then flipping it over when you're done with one side. And then wiping that side. Flip it around. Inside. Since I know this was the inside, I'm going to flip it back around so that the inside was the inside when it came. Little dot on the other side that we have to put in a little bit of extra elbow grease on, so we'll flip it back around. Give it that elbow grease. There we go. There. Gives it that shine. You can't even see it because of the shine off the glass. Hey, Divinity Sweats, what's up, man? How's it going? Welcome to the live stream. We're just doing a kind of PC tune-up, cleanup, PC storage upgrade. Adding more storage to this guy. Did I lose some weight? Maybe. I haven't weighed myself in like over a year, so I don't know. I don't see doctors. Doctors scare me. Every time I see a doctor, it's usually like an $8,000 bill. What? Either that or we have a better camera. Maybe I like stretch the, or no, maybe I squish the camera together to make me look thinner. Ooh. You're looking great. I don't know. I haven't really changed anything, so something changed. It wasn't me. Maybe I'm just getting older. But thanks. How you doing, man? How's everything going over there? How's that PC running for you? Does it need some TLC like we just did for this one? We just clean this one up a little bit. Try to get rid of that glare for you guys. Maybe. Nope. We're not gonna be able to get rid of that glare. You know what we could do is switch it to a different view. Let's do that. There we go. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah. Look at that. Looking sexy time. Looking real nice. And no, you don't think the 5800X is cutting it like you'd like? As you'd like? Oh yeah, that Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov is CPU bound, man. Well, yeah, we could definitely get that CPU upgraded. That was actually a really good time to buy a 5000 series CPU, because they are trying to like get rid of that stock. They're trying to get rid of that inventory. So that was a really good time. Look at Micro Center real quick. They usually have the best possible prices. New. But I mean, that system is all set up and ready to go if you wanted to go to like the Ryzen 9 5900X or even a 5950. Check them prices out. So the Ryzen 5 5950X is $469.99 still. That's pretty high. But the Ryzen 9 5900X is $319.99. Not bad. It's the same price as a Ryzen 7 7700, not the X. Just for reference. So you're getting a pretty big... You're getting more cores out of it and a faster clock speed with that upgrade. But yeah, it would be $319 for the 5900X plus taxes and shipping, if you wanted me to ship it to you. All right, this bad boy, he's running good. I'm just gonna log in and double check the temps real quick. He says, Mike says, please do not mind my shit show of a desktop. The owner of this PC. No worries. You should see my desktop. It's kind of a mess. 6982. We're not going to show anybody your desktop. Don't worry. Plus, you can see it on the glare of the glass. Let's check it out. Check it out, check it out. Still running a little warm. At 44. Take a look at that. What I want to double check is that the tension is there. What? Switch back to a top down for you. We're going to take this glass off and you'll see better. It's there. Right. I guess that would be a fan curve thing. Let's take a look at that. I don't see the MSI Center running here. Let's get the MSI Center reinstalled. Show us your desktop, or it's not real. No, sir, we cannot show. I don't like to show like people's personal shit. Can't do that. I mean, I'll show you my desktop. I don't care. You guys will be like, ew, it's gross. It's my organized method of madness. And I know where everything is. So if somebody moves something, though, that's like the worst thing. That's the problem. If somebody else moves something and I can't locate it. Oh, the end of the world. No, yours. So if you really want to be mean, you come here and you move all my shit, and I might have a meltdown. Burp. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Desktop, of course. What else could you ever be referencing? Don't tempt me with a good time. Well, come on. Right. I don't know. I don't... You know, back when I was younger, I did a lot of sword fighting or Jedi training. Or starship docking. Or, I don't know, what do you want to call it? I'm just kidding, of course. But as I've gotten older, I've done quite a bit less of that. Society kind of frowns upon it. JK. Alright, so I am getting the MSI Center reinstalled on here so we could just check... Oh, come on. Check the fan curve on this. I think that's the problem, honestly. Paste is good. Mount is good. But we're still running at like 45C. It is a 3700X, so it is a little bit warm. It always has. That was right around the time Ryzen AMD was starting to get a little bit more efficient with their CPUs, but the Ryzen 7 3700X does draw a lot of power, so it's possible that it's just going to be that warm on an idle. But I'm going to try to get that down, try to cut this fan curve a little bit, make it a little bit better. Make the fan curve just a little bit more aggressive, that is. And then we'll move on to the next one, which is a full motherboard operation, which we're just going to pull the whole motherboard out, put in a different new motherboard, new CPU, new cooler for that upgrade. Then we're going to build a battle cruiser from our website for Mr. Zach. Zach purchased that just a couple days ago, and we're putting that one together for him, hopefully to get it to him tomorrow. He's local here over by us, so he's super excited, super stoked to pick it up. Brand new battle station. He went with the black battle cruiser, or battle cruiser in black. An absolute fantastic build. Super clean. Lots of room for growth. Right, those have 1,000 watt power supply. So, comes with a 1,000 watt power supply specifically because the battle cruiser is the idea to start with a really good platform and an RTX 3070, so it's enough to game and stream on. You can game in 1440p and be happy with it, and stream if you wanted. But then it also gives you the ability to just slap a 4090 in there later down the road if you wanted to. Got a 1,000 watt gold by EVGA in the build. So it's a great build to start out with, especially if you plan on upgrading later down the road. Super easy to upgrade with that system. That goes for any of our pre-built systems, unless you get into those super tight budget ones. Then it's like we have to cut as much as we can to keep the budget there for you. And I'm talking like $500 budget, like super tight budget. Those ones are difficult, and there's like no margin on those, so we're basically working for free on $500 builds. I don't mind. I like helping people out. So anyway, we're just installing the MSI Center right now on this PC real quick. Just adjust. I could go to the BIOS and adjust there, but I want to show him this when he comes to pick it up, so he knows and learns in the future that he can adjust this and has control over the fans. Retro Gamer. Hey, what's up, girl? That's the door to the outside. That's my plans. Take over the world. That's an old cooler. It's a good example of what you should not do to your PC. Did you see the new Corsair TSU? Very interesting how they repositioned the... Yes, I saw that one, and I love it because you can access it from the outside or from the side, rather than having to try to reach back in there or pull your power supply out to then add modular cables to it. Super genius. And I hope all power supply companies follow suit, because that is just amazeballs. The only time it really doesn't work out is if you're throwing it into a Lian Li 011 dynamic. Then there's a problem, because you have the hard drive bay up there. Or the hard drive cage. Right on top of it. You'd have to take the hard drive cage out, for example, on the 011 dynamic and the Evo. But in a standard ATX tower, as long as it's wide enough, you can definitely do that, and that is just genius. So, my opinion to Corsair is to keep it on the higher end power supplies. Don't even bother offering it on the smaller ones. In fact, smaller power supplies shouldn't even be modular. It's kind of a waste of money. But, yes, I agree. Smaller power supplies being like your 500 watts, 650 watts. Like 750 and up, definitely offer that. That's an awesome idea. So it makes building, upgrading, and everything just super easy. It looks cool as long as you don't have to, the cramp to get the cover back on. Exactly what I was saying is the width of the case then becomes a big deal. So hopefully they take the power supply and somehow, I don't know, make it work. Unless their connectors are super skinny, or I don't know. I don't know what the connectors, the actual cables look like connecting to it. I'm sure they're probably just the standard connections that came with the power supply before. So you need a pretty wide case with a lot of space in the back. Any motherboards I'd suggest that would be good with an i7-9700F. So the i7-9700, the 9000 series, your Z390 is going to be your top board, top chipset anyway, for that processor. So the Z390 is going to be the best option. Now the brand, I'd go with either Asus or MSI, and specifically their gaming versions. So for example, like the Gaming Edge, or the Asus, or any of the Asus ROGs. Yeah, Asus or MSI, they're great brands. We're actually going to do an Asus ROG Strix right here next, and another Asus Tough on the build that we're going to do behind us. Gotcha. All right, so the fan curve is set now with the MSI Center, and we got it down to 40 Celsius with the more aggressive, though you really can't hear the difference, fan curve. 39 Celsius. We're doing much better there. I like that. And it is drawing some power, so it's running much better. I like this. I'm happy with this, so I'm going to shut this bad boy down and call this one done. So this is basically your PC simulator, whatever you want to call it. I'm fixing customer computers, not fixing, upgrading. It's like PC simulator, campaign, whatever you want to call it. Single player mode. I've been building PC since 1983. Things have come a long way. Yes. Yes, they have. So you've been building PCs longer than I've been alive. First time I went with an Intel D GPU, Intel Arc 770. You are a proud supporter of the Intel. Nice. So I'm glad that people are supporting them, but Intel has to do a better job with their software drivers, for example. They can't come out and release a product like that and expect people who want to buy it or support it when it doesn't work the way it should. So I'm glad, you know, there's still supporters out there, because we do need the competition in the market. Because NVIDIA is kind of getting out of hand. All right, on to the next one. So our next build that we're doing here, we are going to be doing a motherboard, CPU, cooler upgrade. Motherboard, CPU, and CPU cooler upgrade. So this build originally, like I was talking about earlier, came out of a HP Omen. So the only thing that's really still existing from the HP Omen is the solid state drive, the CPU cooler, and the motherboard and the CPU. And I guess the Wi-Fi, if you want to count that, because it is modular technically. But we're going to pull this motherboard out, and we're going to put an ROG Strix B550 in there. We're going to upgrade it to a Ryzen 7 5800X. Great Micro Center combo right now, by the way, for the price. And then we're also putting the AK400, which is by Deepcool. It's a tower air cooler with 4 heat pipes and a 120 millimeter fan. And that'll definitely keep that Ryzen 7 5800X nice and chill until he's ready for his next upgrade, which is probably going to be an AIO. But I don't game on PC. This is why my that's what your PS5 is for. But I wanted a DGPU that drives my new monitor properly. So if, yeah, I guess if you're running a higher resolution, you definitely want a dedicated graphics card that will drive that screen resolution for you. And also, you know, it helps with like streaming videos and stuff. Just basic stuff that now today would be basic stuff, before it probably wasn't. And it fit the bill, seeing as the NVIDIAs are so expensive. Yes, totally agree. Yeah, the 770, I mean, you can actually game on that thing now. Got a lot better support with the drivers, especially after their most recent update. A lot better. Dustin, I'm about ready for an upgrade on my card. Nice. Feel free to reach out, man, whenever you're ready. Happy to help. That's Dustin over on Facebook. Yeah, dude, whenever you're ready, hit me up. You need some help? Give you the advice. Micro Center has actually got a lot of good deals right now on cards, so take a look at Micro Center, Dustin, if you want to upgrade a card. Take a look at their pricing. And they have a lot of stuff in stock, which is nice. But we're going to go ahead and get started. So as you can see right now, especially you, DN, I wish Micro was in Canada. Well, dude, if you need something from Micro Center, I'm happy to ship it, but you will have to pay the tariffs at the border, because I have to report everything that's going out. So, and insure it. So if you need me to grab something from Micro Center, I'm happy to help and ship. Because we do have one over here in Michigan. It's about like 30 minutes from me. So it does make it easy when I need something real quick. But you could notice right here, right off the bat, we have our 24-pin power connection down here, instead of normally it's up here, which is kind of weird. But it's because it's an HP Omen board. Yeah. Yuck. Ew, it's an OEM board. And our power connections are all the way up here. Super weird stuff, man. This board was probably one of the weirder boards I had to work with. But this whole board's coming out. We're going to keep the RAM. We're going to reuse that. Reuse the card. But we're not going to reuse this cooler, the CPU, or the board. All that comes out. I'm going to have to flip it around and pull some of these cables back through their right locations. And I probably have it zip tied on the back too, so. I thought I had too many beers. What was that? No. It's an HP Omen, which is a gaming PC or their gaming series motherboard. We ended up pulling that out and putting it in this case for him because it was overheating in the case, the HP case. So this got it, you know, for $100. It bought him some time. And now he wants to upgrade the motherboard and the CPU so he can get PCIe Gen 4 support. That is what we're doing today. But I'm going to have to undo my cable management here. So this case is a case by Vitro that we put it in. I think it was like $100 at the time when we bought it, or less than, like 89 bucks. And it comes with 3 fans on the front, 120 millimeter fans. So it's a really good deal, actually. For the price, anyway, it's pretty good. We'll also be able to run the RGB through here as well. All right. Undo these screws. I just realized I'm probably gonna have to get some more screws out of the box. The screws that probably came with this case is with the customer, not here. Didn't think of that. Okay, I've got a million screws here. Seems to have a nice RGB controller. Yes, it does actually have a decent RGB controller included with the case as well, which has a fan hub also. And you can control that with the case restart button if you wanted to. If you didn't have, like, for example, a RGB support on an older board, you can control the RGB with a button rather than software from the motherboard. Oops. Forgot one screw. And out she goes. Any last words for the HP Omen motherboard? Look at how, like, just I mean, take a mental picture of that. I'll actually show it to you difference-wise. You wonder where HP and Dell cut their corners. Let's do a comparison. New motherboard. All right. New motherboard versus old motherboard. A little bit of an upgrade. I think we'll be happy with this. Alright, but I do have to pull some of these cables back through. And before I put this board in here, I want to wipe this down. Oh, come on. Rebuilds are fine, but forget about named ones. In my opinion, yes. HP, they're actually not as bad as most of them. For example, we could take, it's just proof, we took that motherboard, HP Omen motherboard, and we put it into your standard ATX case, and it worked fine. That's just an example of why it's better than a lot of others. for example, Dell, because you could do that. You can actually take it out and put it in another case if you wanted to. It's possible without having any special adapters or anything. So it wasn't too like proprietary to the point where you couldn't do anything with it. You mean overall? Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Those are gonna have to move as well. Or hoping I could just slide these through here. We're gonna get some of this out. Yep. Yeah, we'll put it all back together later. We're done putting it all in there. Alright, so we're ready to just pop this board in there. Before I do that, I'm actually going to... You know what? We're going to do the CPU cooler before we put this in there. Out of the case. I don't want to do it in the case. It's just getting a little ahead of myself. But the motherboard's ready to go in there. Gonna get all the cables out of the way. So, here comes the Ryzen 7 5800X. Going on this brand new B550 by Asus. Asus ROG Strix B550F. Yes. And this is a Wi-Fi motherboard as well. So it's got built-in Wi-Fi. He uses Wi-Fi because of the situation. Logistically, he just can't get a cable up to him. And the Wi-Fi, that old motherboard was like dropping all the time. That was a big problem. And this is going to help resolve that problem. Alright, so now we're going to grab this AK400 cooler by Deepcool. Again, this tower air cooler has 4 heat pipes, 120mm fan on it, and it is pretty sleek looking. Has thermal paste on the bottom. We're not going to use that stuff though. Wipe that off. We want to use our thermal grizzly for this. Try to get as much life out of it as we can. We don't have to replace it every 6 months. So this is the Deepcool AK400. Nice and slick looking. Silver and black. Got a copper heat pipes, and this is probably aluminum. Aluminum fins. But it's nice. Now, for installing this, I'm pretty sure it uses the backplate on the AM4 platform, and just has a couple of screws that mount to it. Studs. So we're going to go ahead and remove these plastic brackets. We're not going to be using those. Those are stock. They would be for some of the coolers actually utilize these, so just always make sure you keep these. Some AIOs will actually use those. So it's always best to make sure you keep or hold on to those. Pretty sure, I'm not sure which one we use here. Pretty sure it's this one. For AM5 or AM4. It has a nice little instruction booklet, so I'm going to go ahead and reference that to find out which one of these is AM5 or AM4 and Intel 1700 probably. So it should be labeled These are Intel. It is actually the orange ones. Right on. Hey, Scotty. That's a sexy motherboard, thank you. Yeah, I think it's sexy too. Sexy time. His next upgrade, getting Ethernet. Yeah, that's getting a wired connection. Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be feasible. I mean, I always recommend that for anybody that's, you know, gaming. For the best experience, go on the wire. Alright, so that's just those spacers that you drop in there on top of the back plate, studs. And then it's just 4 screws over the plate. That's how it secures to the socket, or to the board, should I say. We're not gonna like crank down on it too much here, but nice and snug. And we'll go back to our Thermal Grizzly. Thermal paste by Thermal Grizzly. This is the Cryonaut. That's decent paste. It lasts a long time. Probably better for water cooling, but I don't think there's a big difference. Water cooling, air cooling with this stuff. All right, and then we'll pop this fan off. And get ready to mount this cooler. Just make sure there's nothing on the bottom. Clean. There we go. We'll start threading the 2 pieces here, because there's 2 studs that are on that bracket. Then there's the nuts or screws that connect to those studs, and then you just screw it down. Pretty easy. Wi-Fi speed is okay. Problem is functionality. Yes. ROG Strix something, probably. Which motherboard is this? This is a B550 that we're working with. So we're on the AMD platform. So this is a B550 F, which is ROG Strix. ROG Strix B550F. Wi-Fi. And it's actually the second version. So there's a 2 in there. Remote. I haven't been here, so I'm not sure what gen he's putting in there. It's a AM4 board, so it's 5000 series. Ryzen 7 5800X is what we're putting in here. I just packaged up the rest of the hardware, so it's ready to go back to him. Throws manuals and stickers in there as well. That way, if he ever brings the build back to me and it's like, hey, I want to go Intel now, we can do that. Bye. Alright. So I guess what I could do here as well, because we do have the brackets. Let me see if I have another fan. I think I have another G-Cool fan. We could do push-pull on this power cooler. That'd be cool. Thing is I need to make sure it's What do you think? Put another deep cool 120 millimeter. This is a TF12OS or 120S. Blah. Blah. And then get rid of this stupid white sticker on these fans. says is don't throw away, recycle. Sorry, but sticker sticks out like a sore thumb. And then I need a PWM splitter, or I could actually just done. Stop. Optional. That's what I'll do. Alright, so before I put that on, let's put the RAM in. That way it's not in our way. Alright, so now we got these two brackets, extra brackets here, that we're going to throw on this fan and throw this fan on the cooler. And then that way it's going to be a push-pull situation. Make sure I put it on the right way. Sure. We want push-pull. It'll help with the, I guess, reducing some of the noise. It won't have to work as hard to push as much air through the cooler. There we go. Not bad. Nice and pretty. We've got a little bit of a peel here we have to peel off. Maybe. Still if that's peeling off. It is a peel. I don't like leaving peels on heat sinks because they melt. They get weird looking. Deformities. Alright, so now we're ready to throw this in the case. Let's throw this in there. Shall we? Eh. Missing a stud. I just noticed. We need a stud. Not the stud you're thinking of. Let's see here. I have no idea where the chat is now. I'm not really a big fan of Intel, only because of having to buy a new motherboard every time you wanted to upgrade. Yeah, that's the kind of crappy part. It's about every 2 generations, you need a new motherboard. Well, they do have recycle periods, but I see they make amazing processors. They do. They're not that bad in the upgrade this or that though. I just like the upgradability of AMD. Yes, it makes it very simple. I mean, Z690 I can still go 13th gen even though I was 12th. Yes, you can. And to be fair, AMD stepped up their game big time. Yes, but DDR5 compatibility, AM5 AMD forced you to DDR5. 13th gen did not, or 12th, just saying. That is also kind of shitty. I agree. Would have been cooler if maybe AMD, but at the same time, when AMD did that, it forced people to buy it, stepped up manufacturing, prices came down. When it wasn't selling, it was like stuck on a ridiculous price. I mean, yes, but it thereafter gave 5 generations on it on the AMD platform, AM4 platform. Yep. Yes, I agree. AMD has better compatibility for upgrades, I guess. I mean, if you look at it, it was first gen, second gen, third, 3000 series, I guess you could call it, 4000 series, 5000 series. That was like five series of CPUs that were compatible with the same platform, with BIOS upgrades though. But yes, Intel, I do like, however, on this most recent launch, had the compatibility or the option to go with DDR4 over DDR5, especially when DDR4 isn't providing much of a performance increase for gaming. So it didn't make sense to spend money on DDR5, at least early on, when it was super expensive. Now it's gotten a lot cheaper. So it's getting to the point where it's within reason. I guess that's what I could say. Within reason. That crazy. So I agree with both of you on those topics. So both are wins. Yes, I do wish AMD kind of gave you a little bit more compatibility with the DDR4, or went with that, same as Intel. But I think their thought is just to put the hammer in the coffin for the new platform and not even spend the cost to provide both boards or both chipsets supporting 2 different types of RAM. I think that was their thought. Plus, the newer Ryzen CPUs, I think, really like the faster RAM. They perform a lot better on it. So, dang it, I missed another one. There is a second stud here that I missed. I don't know what's wrong with me. Go out of my element when I'm doing like upgrades and stuff. I don't have all of my things here like a normal just build. Plus, I think I may have pulled those out. I don't know why I would have. There's a stud here that I was missing as well. Oops. MSI or Asus Z390, you think? Right? Yes, that is correct. I found a good price on Newegg. Yes, Newegg's probably going to have the best price. Just be careful if you're buying on Newegg and it's open box or refurbished. Those 2 words, if it's in the title, do not buy it from Newegg. Their return policy sucks for open box and refurbished. Also, make sure it's being shipped and sold by Newegg, not one of their marketplace sellers. Because if it's a marketplace seller, it may be coming from China. And that's going to take over a month to get here, if it gets here. Just my tidbit experience of buying and shopping parts on Newegg. Gamers Nexus actually has a really good video out there on Newegg and their return policies. If you want some entertainment, go ahead and watch that. That'll keep you entertained for like 3.5 hours. He's got a lot of content on it. So I think the fun piece about this build is going to be the fact that we have to do a bunch of driver upgrade removal updates on here. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, at least they're both AMD platforms that we're upgrading from and to. So I guess it's not that bad. That's really the biggest pain here in this upgrade. Right on. We got the board mounted. Now we're going to pull that cable back through and correct that shit. More snippy snippy. Get this up. More snippy snippy. Hopefully I don't accidentally cut a cable. Okay. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get all of this up. Dang it. Didn't want to do that. It's so pretty. Doing this down here. Can't see. Tipping. This is cable management from like 6 months ago. Now I need to get the full length of this bad boy. Need to pull this back through. This now needs to go downstairs. Go. And then we do have some SATA connections we have to deal with. I believe those ports are right here. Oh. Tempo. Our CPU EPS connection needs to go up here. There we are. And our power 24 pin right here. Then we do have an RGB connection floating around here somewhere. That needs to go to the motherboard because we want to control that with the software now that we have that ability. Before we didn't, now we do. It's actually right here. I was smart and left that down here because I knew he was going to eventually upgrade this. Dang, I'm smart. Look at that. It's like I planned ahead for this. Like I said, I'm not bashing Intel at all, but I do prefer AMD. Scotty, I hear you. I mean, being completely open and honest, I'm running an AMD CPU right now on my platform. And it's not because I like AMD over Intel, it's just, at the time, the price-performance difference, AMD won. Dominantly, I mean, I have mostly ran AMD on all of my systems. But again, it's usually because of the price. We got an RGB, addressable RGB connection we're plugging in here, and that's going to give us control over the fans with the software. Much cooler than using the button, which is what he was using previously, because the HP motherboard did not support RGB like this one does. We're going to do that. Pull that back through best we can here, and then get our USB 3 connection, front panel. There we go. Nice. These are our SATA connections. Oh my gosh, it's tight. It's all good. You did say either MS. Yeah, that's where you're covering that. Sorry. BAM ops, yes. WB DN. All right, so we've got our SATA connections plugged in now. Really, all we got to deal with is our GPU power. EPS shit. Really tight with this tower air cooler in here. Swear to God, I do this every time. The problem is this power supply was not modular, so there wasn't much we could do. A robotic software engineer, AMD, just does not cut it. But if you were talking gaming, I could see the argument. Yeah. So do you literally, or so to you, to me, to him, to DN, it really depends on what and why. Yes. Yep, it always comes down to use case scenario. What are you using it for? That's why I ask those questions. Like if you go on my website and look at the custom PC build request form, I'm asking questions around what is this computer going to be used for? And it's specifically so I could decide what best parts is going to fit the scenario. You know, is it going to be Intel? Is it going to be AMD? Is it going to be, do we need DDR5? Do we need Gen 4 SSD for read-write speeds? What are we using the PC for? And that's why I ask those questions. It's to make sure I'm using the right parts for the right scenario. That is 100% correct. It depends on the scenario. But the gaming 99%. But 99% will be gaming. So, yeah, I agree. AMD does a good job with the gaming. Intel does too. But if it's like a professional PC for like video editing and stuff, or even 3D design or modeling and whatnot, I'm going to go probably Intel on that build. All right, there we go. Now let's get the graphics card installed, right? We're moving along here, moving along. Before we do that, I'm gonna maybe get that power cable in there. So I had to pull it out, get it out of the way for the motherboard. Let's get that back through this hole here without getting tangled up. In you go now. Not fighting with me. I'm going to insert you. There we go. It just doesn't want to fit in the hole. No puns intended. Pizza. Are we building a pizza? Or is there a pizza box behind me somewhere? Oh, pizza. Pizza the dude. Jeez. Hey, Pizza, what's up, man? I mean, if you're going to say that I'm building Legos, which actually I do like building Legos. Then I'm going to teach you about being called pizza. Why am I having so much trouble just trying to get this connection through this hole? It's the weird placement of the USB connections on the motherboard where this hole is. Could be a problem. But right now it's a terrible problem. Okay. We finally got it to fit. That's what she said. All right. Graphics card. There we go. And then let's mount this, secure this graphics card. This is an RTX 2060 that he had previously in his build, so we're just reusing his graphics card for the build. And Pizza, thanks for stopping in, man. Hanging out. Appreciate you, sir. And same to you, DN. DN.
Yeah.
What does DN stand for?
Oh.
But I mean, if you guys want to build a PC or pizza, Jesus, PC, I can't even say it without. You guys want to build a pizza? I am Italian. Doesn't mean I automatically know how to build a pizza, but I do actually know how to build a pizza. So we could do it. One day on the stream, let's build a pizza. Maybe we could build a PC pizza. I have a feeling we're gonna have to do a BIOS update on this motherboard. Although it was pretty fresh from Micro Center. But maybe not. See? Here we go. Let's see if I broke it. Ruh-roh. Purdy. Well, it'd be even more purdy if it was posting. It's complaining about VGA. Did I not plug the monitor in? That's interesting. All plugged in. And it was working before he brought it here. All we did was a motherboard upgrade and CPU. Nice job, another job well done. Oh, look. Now it's posting. What the fuck? All I did was push on it. Probably, well, it is an RTX 2060, so it's probably got some, got a little bit of sag to it. New CPU installed. Press F1 to continue. Sure. Probably had to train the RAM. No, it was, it had a, it does have a debug light on here. You probably can't see it because there's USB 3 cable there. But the debug light was sitting on VGA, so it was telling me it was stuck. This is DDR4, so the RAM training is like super quick because it's matured. So it was definitely stuck on waiting for the graphics card to show up. All we did was shut it off, push the graphics card a little harder into the slot, and then it seemed to detect it. So it's kind of a loose connection, it seems like, there. He's had this card for a long time, though, and it's been in and out of, like, a bunch of systems. So God only knows what's going on with it right now. We'll find... I mean, I'm going to run a test on it and see. We actually do have a very recent... actually, the newest version of the BIOS on here, so we don't even need to do a BIOS upgrade on this. This is ready to go. Kind of cool. Haven't had to do that in a while, or haven't had that experience in a while. Especially on a B550 motherboard. Usually you're getting like BIOS versions from like 3 years ago, or 2 years ago. Nice. But yeah, this cooler looks pretty sick. The AK400. I built with this one before a couple times on some budget builds. But, and where we wanted, you know, to make sure the cooler's nice and staying cool. It's a lot cheaper than a AIO, like 40 bucks, I think, for this cooler. And then we just added an extra 120 millimeter fan on the back side of it to give it a nice push-pull. Kind of gives it a nice look to it as well. It's got 4 heat pipes built in. They're copper. And those are direct contact heat pipes. The one thing you do want to know about changing on a motherboard is that Windows is probably going to have to be reactivated. The key, especially OEMs, are definitely tied to the motherboard. So as soon as you pull that motherboard out and put a new motherboard in, and you try to boot the same SSD, Windows is going to be deactivated. So keep that in mind if you go ahead and replace your motherboard in the future. For anybody doing that. Nice. Made it right into the desktop, nice and easy. We're gonna just download the Armory crate. We do not have an interweb connections though, so we may have to go get the driver from another PC. Where did I put my flash drive? Okay. Oh, never mind. Driver just popped up. Thank you, Asus, for making it easy. while we're waiting for that, you guys want me to build the next PC? Would you guys be interested in watching? Build! Alright, alright, alright. Only because Scotty told me to do it. If you build it, they will come. Well, this guy's definitely got more ways than one. But no, he's actually super excited to get his new PC. So, I'm excited for him to get it, because I think this is his first PC. So he's definitely going to be excited. Yeah, all we got to do on this one is finish up a little bit of cable management on the back after we finish the software, and then we'll move on to building the battle cruiser, which is available on the website if you'd like one. If anybody wanted one. I set you up for that one. I know. I appreciate the setup. Or the set. Setup. Set. Glad it didn't go over your head. I'm drinking caffeine right now, so my brain fog from early on in the stream has kind of gone away. Now I'm kind of there again. I'm with it. I'm here. Now these Celsiuses, if you drink too many of them, probably gonna end up in a hospital. But if you drink too many of them, you start seeing sound. Wow. Blah. Ooh, he's got this tool called Driver Booster. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm going to slap your wrist on that one. That's a no. We're deleting that. I hope they didn't pay money for it. If you guys are using things to install drivers like Driver Booster, you're doing it wrong. I'm not trying to like sound like a dick or anything, but Driver Booster, the reason why you don't want to use those type of tools is because they do more harm than good. Because they just constantly try to install crap that may be even old drivers. Best thing to do is go to the manufacturer's website and download the driver directly from the manufacturer. That's the best way to do it. And NVIDIA and AMD Radeon graphics card drivers, go to NVIDIA or Radeon. Even the chipset drivers, you should just go to Intel for the chipset, and AMD for the chipset drive. Hey, Mern, what's up, man? My drive doesn't need boosting, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Maybe you need to educate me. Educate me. What's up, Marn? What's up? What's up? How's that new PC treating you? You get the... I assume you got it all set up, because I saw it light up. Or I saw some pictures. Dashing the night away. It's a shame. You should be laying naked with your PC right now. That's what I would be doing. Not streaming, of course. Unless you're doing OnlyFans. Maybe that could be a supplement for, you know. Sorry, I can't help myself. I can't help. Sorry. So how many orders have you done tonight? PC is great. I have almost all of my stuff ready to go from the last stream Monday. Nice. So how many DoorDash orders have you done in one night? What is your average? I might have to take that, I guess that design and implement it here if I want to go full time or so. I don't know. There's got to be some sort of supplement for the household income. Okay. Oh, that I do not know where it is. Check the refrigerator. The toy fridge. He likes to put it in there. Oh. A fellow Saturday Dasher. I know. Go Dash, go! I'm not dashing yet, though. Probably in my near future, though. I'm just kidding. I don't know yet. Haven't decided. I haven't made a decision on anything. I've done like 8, but averaging my normal 40 plus an hour. That's pretty damn good. I'm happy. That's pretty good, actually. Is taxes easy? Do you get like a what is it, like a W-8 or whatever? Because you're technically a contractor, I think, right? A section something. I can't remember the exact form. Maybe it's different over there. It's all 1099. That's right. That's right. Nice. You write off the gas mileage and wear and tear. And when you need to purchase new treads for your wheels. And maintenance. That is all good ideas. Wear and tear covering both of those. That is not a bad idea, actually. For the hustle. $40 delivering food. Not bad. Or delivering more than food, but I think DoorDash has a whole bunch of options now. Huh. What if you DoorDash and you order DoorDash and you dash yourself? Is that even a thing? My CPA guided me to put my car under my Stream LLC. You could write everything off yearly. Nice. That is really smart. That's what we did for one of our vehicles for Empower, because I do a lot of driving, delivering, picking up parts to, you know, back and forth to Micro Center and stuff. So one of our cars is actually under the LLC as well. And that car is paid off, unfortunately. Could have actually done the other car. Huh. Oops. At the time, it wasn't. So. Yeah, it's a no-brainer with loads of benefits. Yeah, for sure. I definitely need a better tax advisor. I just don't have time to think about it all myself and deal with it. I do it every year. I do a pretty good job at it, but it takes so much time and energy to sit down and go through everything. Especially when you sell stuff. A lot more work. You got books and things. And I don't have an accountant. I'm doing it all on my own. It takes me like, I don't know. If I'm not very good throughout the year putting in my expenses and stuff and getting everything accurate, it's such a pain in the ass at the end of the year. I still haven't done it yet this year, and I got to do it. Not looking forward to it. And also when you're selling products, they take money because of the sales tax and all that you have to work out. But throughout the year, I usually balance that, so it's in an account ready to go. It's just a matter of making sure all my expenses and tax write-offs are in. There we go. We got our rainbow, our RGBs all synced up. Look at that. All right, we're doing our driver installs. Here we go. Texas, man. Eek. I'm not ready. I know. You're a brave man. No, I'm just crazy. They suck. I mean, when you have a business and you try to hire somebody to do the taxes for a business, they want like an insane amount of money to do it. Which, yeah, I mean, it is a lot of work and it makes sense, especially if you don't want to do it. I'm like, I could do it and get it all squared away within like a week of spending like 4 hours a night on it. So, now, I mean, honestly, all I'm using is I'm just using like TurboTax. I use QuickBooks for my books, so it's already linked together through Intuit. So it's super easy. It's not that bad. It's just making sure you get everything in there so that it runs it right. That's the biggest problem, is the data collection, so to speak. That's the biggest pain in the ass part, especially when you're running around buying stuff for PCs and different places and you don't have all your shit together. It's just, I actually have email accounts set up so that it dumps my receipts in one box, so I can always go back and get that information if I ever needed it to, or needed to. And I have an electronic copy of it, I guess. But that's currently how I'm doing that for receipts. And then I actually have Intuit. They make it even easier, connected to like my Amazon business and my other purchase accounts. So it actually just pulls the information and pulls it and dumps it right into my books. And then it actually just, all I got to do is assign that to whatever build or project that I worked on. That's all I really have to do. And every time I purchase something, I have a purchase order. The purchase order goes back to the invoice. And so it's really easy to track. Just a matter of making sure it all happens and staying on top of it throughout the year. And just analyzing it afterwards just to make sure it's all right. Pizza Dude. They suck, LOL. Yeah, taxes suck. My CPA only charges me $350. That's decent. That's a decent price. Luckily, I have someone to do them, but sheesh, yeah, I pay $250, you think? Yeah, it's not cheap. I mean, $250 is a lot. But I mean, it's worth it. For a business, they wanted like, I talked to a couple different accountants locally here in Michigan, and I guess the average price is like $1,500 a month for what I'm doing, and it just keeps going up the more and more I do. So I forgot to remove that as well. And that's for accounting, so that would include taxes on the end of the year, but it also has more, such as the just the weekly or monthly books. How much is this PC going for? So this PC right here that we're looking at is actually a local customer who has been coming to me for services such as upgrades, and it originally started out as an HP Omen. So since then we've kind of upgraded to a better case for better cooling, because he was having, originally, that's why he came to me. His PC was overheating a ton. So we put it in this case, and then we upgraded the motherboard, the CPU, and the RAM. And now he's pretty much completely out of the HP Omen parts except for the SSD. So this PC probably is like a 1000-ish PC in value, I would say, right now. Around 1000 with everything he's got in it. But this one specifically is not a PC that I have on my website. The one that we're going to be building next is a battle cruiser, which is on my website and was purchased from my website. That one's like 2000-ish, in that range. Go on the website, you'll see it. The battle cruiser. So the next one we're doing here on the stream, that's going to be the battle cruiser. Handsome smooth. Love the name. Thanks for hanging out, man. But right now on this PC, I'm not like touching it and doing anything in it because we're just finishing up the drivers really quick. Just chit-chatting, you know, while we're waiting. Then we're going to start that other PC. You going to be building it tonight, Ben? Yeah, may as well. Why not? You know, what the hell. I do have to stop and eat at some point, though. I'm getting hungry. Haven't eaten all day. Been on my feet, working with peeps all day. Like I said, I probably had 50 different conversations with people today. It's been super busy. Between chats, phone calls, following up on voicemails, emails, sending out custom estimates for custom builds, and then needing to get these done. PC behind me, that white one, that guy, he's being a pain in the ass. Not the customer, the PC. Shutting off on me, or on him, while he's doing renders, because he does a lot of 3D design. And I think it's just the CPU getting a little too toasty, or it's the VRMs, or he doesn't have clean power. We couldn't reproduce the issue here. Interesting challenge. So I'm going to rule out the VRMs and put it on a little bit better of a motherboard. I don't know, I vote. Your vote is pizza? Okay, we could build a pizza. I just don't have all the ingredients. So I have to put you guys on the mobile, drive to a Kroger or a Meijer, and buy the ingredients. Pizza Hot Pocket. You really don't build those. I mean, like, I guess it's kind of like a calzone. Instructions for the Hot Pocket. Take out of package immediately, put in toilet. Jim Gaffigan. Cool. I love his Hot Pocket segment. Hot Pocket. Saliente Pocket. He's a funny dude. I'll dash you the ingredients. It might take 15 hours from Pennsylvania. I actually might be in Pennsylvania next month, FYI, for the Fightist LAN event. I'm going to post that on the Twitter. One of our PCs is going to be raffled off over there during that event. Dude is funny AF. Dead Pocket. Dead Pocket. Dead Pocket. Ooh. Yeah, did you know about the Fightist LAN event? If you don't, and you live in Pennsylvania, you don't know about it, you should probably definitely check it out. It's actually really cool. Might be full up this year, but next year he said they're looking to grow it. So they'll have more open tables. We're probably going to have a booth there next year. It's over in PA. The PA, Pennsylvania. If you're in Pennsylvania, do you, is Hershey's Park still around? And have you ever been there? That's like the one thing I love about Pennsylvania. That and a couple other historic places, but still. Just waiting on these drivers to finish up. They're taking their dear old sweet time installing. Asus Armory Crate makes it super easy, though. Got an interesting wind tunnel noise going with the cooler. Hopefully we don't hear it as bad with the glass on. It's not that loud, it's just I notice it. It's noticeable. I learned how to make the Shamrock Shake from McDonald's. Dude, that thing would be so much better if it wasn't like so minty. Like it's just too much mint. Even though I like mint, but I mean it's like too much mint in the Shamrock Shake from McDonald's. I'm going to have to try it and see how close it is to it, but I freaking love those things. Dude, yeah, we went, I actually stopped at McDonald's to grab a couple of burgers, and my girls wanted some chocolate shakes, so they ended up not having chocolate shakes. They had the Shamrock Shakes, so I got them the Shamrock Shakes. Nice. Alright, one last piece I gotta do is... Oh god, where'd it go? Where'd my armor crate go? Just decided, I'm done. That was interesting. You think it would be better with chocolate ice cream? I mean, yeah. The mint would taste better with the chocolate. Letting my kids play Half-Life. I mean, that's the correct term for us old folks. HL means Half-Life. While I watch Ben wait for our groceries to be delivered. Oh, did you order it through Mern? I'm just kidding. I know it's not Half-Life. I know it's the Hogwarts game. You remember that game? Dude, that game was like the shiz back when it came out. And then they did a remaster, I guess it was a while ago now. I'm just getting old. But Half-Life was just a badass game when it first came out. It still is. I think it's a title that that every gamer should know about. If they don't, they need to know about it. Shit would be here under 10 minutes if I ordered from her. That dude is dedicated. You see Lightning McQueen show, just pull in your driveway. Chaka! 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 I don't know, I don't do it right. I do a better Nader. Almost done. Then we can move on to the next build. Well, I do have to tidy up the cables on the backside. I loved Half-Life. Yes, I think all of us did. It was actually the stepping building pieces to CSGO, if I remember correctly. I think they used the same engine for CSGO. You can never do it better than Lightning McQueen. That is so true. All right. Last thing I forgot I had to do is just run the AI suites and get that fan expert. Tune them fans. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! You're right, it's more of a chow than a ka-cha. More of a chow than a cha. Ka-chow! Some smooth music. I'm just trying to get you in the mood. The mood for PC building. I can't dance for shit. Won't even try. This body was not made for fluid motion like that. And you know what? I accept it. What I do love doing with it, though, is just embarrassing the shit out of my girls at weddings and things. And trying to dance. It's so great. The youngest one doesn't really care yet. She still thinks I'm great at everything. Doesn't really laugh at my jokes yet, unless it's like a physical joke. What's your best dad joke? Give it to me. While we wait. Almost there, by the way. We're at 53% on the fan curve. Look at that fan stop. Nice. Smooth. It's gonna be nice and quiet when this is done. Oh yeah, look at that. Beautiful. All right. Last thing I want to do is check the Windows activation. I keep thinking of things that I got to think of. It says it's still activated, but I kind of question that. Oh, this one's actually not from the OEM. He's got this license linked to his Microsoft account. So that is cool. We won't have activation issues. Not an OEM. While we're in here, we're going to check the display graphics drivers as well. Let's double check those. Those are... Oh! It's got 522.33, which is from 6/28/22. Ouch. I wonder if he did that on purpose. That might have been on purpose. I don't know. Well, I'll double check with him, and if we need to do that driver upgrade when he's here, it's gonna take like 5 minutes. Shut her down. We're moving on. I'll say it, shut her down. There you go. Hey, we're bouncing. Let's go switch to the top down and move on to some cable management really quick, and then we will move on to the next build. Let's clean this bad boy up. Shall we? No. Did it backwards. How's that punch key? Brother from the same mother is coming over, apparently. That is weird. Just had a zip tie break on me. That doesn't happen very often. Probably one of 5,000. Those are the shit ones that come with the case. Some case manufacturers give you some shitty zip ties. That is for damn sure. What is with me trying to put zip ties in backwards? Do. Get back in there. I did not give you an invitation to leave, sir. That's pretty clean. I have a feeling we're going to be back in here doing a AIO upgrade at some point, as well as a GPU upgrade. Not too long from now. Whoops, I need that. Anyhow. If it fits, it ships. Oops. Oh my gosh, this stuff just got squirted out of the PC. Alright, 7:06 p.m. I do need to get these guys over here to pick these up because they wanted to pick them up tonight. So, I'm going to make a quick text letting them know that these are available for pickup, and they may show up while we're streaming. They may take a quick, clicky breaky. This one is actually looking nice. A lot cleaner than the other one. Much cleaner. A little bit of a scratch there. Was not for me. Right out. All right. Another one done. I think this will help with the lighting. Might help. Got dark outside. Moving on to the next build real quick. Oh. It's going to be a Intel i7 12th Gen 12700K with a Asus Tough Gaming Z690 plus Wi-Fi DDR4. Hey Deanna, if you're still in here, this is a good example. We're going to be using DDR4 with a 12th generation processor. Not much benefit in performance. There's a little bit, not much though, going to DDR5 for gaming. This is going to be the rear fan, so we're not even sure about that right now. Case, but it's an RTX 3070. Got 32 gigs of DDR4 3600 RAM. This is by Team Group, which is T-Force Delta. Addressable RGB in black, also available in white. This is a 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 4. This is by Crucial. That is a brand that I don't normally would use, but we were able to get a few of these for a pretty good price. This right here is a LGA 1700 contact plate by Thermalright. If you don't use those and you're using 12th gen or 13th gen, I do recommend looking at them or considering them. Gamers Nexus actually has a really good video out there about them. So take a look at that. I reference them a lot because their information is accurate and good. Let's go ahead and get started with our Asus TUF Z690 motherboard that we need, that we're going to be building with today. Before I get too much further, I do have to send that message to these guys, letting them know their PCs are down. The anti-bend plate is needed now, especially for the Intel 12th and 13th gen, yes. This is our Z690 TUF Gaming Z690 Plus. Also has Wi-Fi on it. Alright. Notified them that it's ready to go. They're aware, and they may actually pop in here real soon. Pick them up. So we're going to be dropping the CPU in here. And putting that contact plate on because we don't want to use the stock brackets. Don't hold it down well enough. Nice stuff. I'm a Gigabyte guy myself. Nice. Gigabyte's not bad. I honestly don't do a lot of builds with Gigabyte. The main reason why I don't do a lot of builds with Gigabyte, and it's nothing against Gigabyte, it's just their software. I have noticed some of their newer stuff is a lot easier to use, but their older software, meaning like the 500 series, for example, or last gen AMD, it's more difficult to use. So as when I'm selling a PC to somebody or building it for somebody, it's more difficult to teach them how to use the Gigabyte software than it is anything else. MSI and Asus is a lot more user-friendly, which is why I end up using the Asus or MSI dominantly. And I'm a Western Digital guy with the SSDs, yes. So SSDs, you'll see me use Team Group, Silicon Power. Both of those are actually really decent brands if you want a budget-friendly SSD. And those are usually for, not budgets. They actually have some pretty good performing SSDs as well. Higher end ones. But Inland is another brand I use, which is a Micro Center brand. And they're just about as good as a Samsung SSD. Like their 980 EVOs or Pros. About the same speed. But Crucial is a brand I'll go to as well. Western Digital I like as well. I also like a lot of them. This contact plate, we're just going to remove the LGA brackets and install this contact plate. This is by Thermalright. I don't know if you can see it with the light reflecting on it, but all it's going to do is kind of hold the, or kind of balance, I guess, the contact or level out the CPU so that it's more level So there's better contact to the cooler. The more consistent contact to the cooler, the better cooling you will have. And I've noticed about a 5 to 10 Celsius difference between these brackets being only like 14 bucks, 14 or $15, versus the LGA stock brackets. There's about a 5 to 10 Celsius difference. So it's definitely worth it, especially on these GPUs that are drawing way more power, get way hotter. Last gen. It's just important to try to get this as balanced as possible. What I'm doing right now is just making half and quarter turns. Try to get the same amount of pressure. All of the screws, so it's even. And then all you want to do is make sure it's snug. But it's pretty accurate here. Then I always ship the stock brackets back with the PC, or send it back with the PC, because there's no reason for me to hold on to them. And I also give you the wrench. That way, if you ever had to take this out, yeah, you got the tool to do it. You got the brackets to replace it with if you ever sold your motherboard. Whatever you needed to do, it's all there. Now let's move on to the RAM. Why is the door wide open? There's our 2 sticks of 16 gigs each. Total of 32 gigs in this kit, or on the board. That's 3600 megahertz CL18. Again, that's T-Force Delta addressable RGB theme group. Now we're going to install our 2 terabyte Gen 4 M.2 NVMe. This bad boy is going to be right here in the top slot, even though you have PCIe 4 down here as well. We're going to put it up here in the top slot. Easy enough to mount this bad boy and install it. Putting the heatsink back on, though, that's another question. Sorry, I just had to respond to the guys. They were just asking questions. All right, so we've got the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, the SSD all installed. So let's go ahead and get the case out. Where do I want to put this? The case we're going to be building with today is the Fantex D500. Hey Scotty, thanks for that subscription. The sub. Tier 1. Much appreciated, sir. Just a reminder for everybody. All the subs right now are going straight to that $1 PC giveaway. So if you want that $1 PC giveaway to happen faster, get shoving. So this is the G500A. Got a lot of space in there, so if you want to put a 4090 in here, you'll fit a 4090 in here. It's wide enough. Both the side glass panel and the side rear metal panel are doors or hinged, so they swing out. They're magnetic. Nice, nice feature. Got a really nice accessories kit that it comes with the PC or the case. And you've got these really nice panels here that are also hinged for cable management. These are clipped in. They have a hinge, they lift off, and they're removed, and now you can see your cable magnets. Easy. Very clean. We've got a really nice panel here, or open window, to get to your bracket. So we're just going to install this motherboard right away. We have that flexibility inside this case to install the cooler bracket after the fact. Then we just need to open this box up and get our kit out. Super easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And we just get about 9 screws or so to mount this bad boy. Then we'll move on to probably the cooler. Get some of our connections at the top of the motherboard connected before we put that cooler in. Such as our CPU, EPS connections, power connections, fan, addressable RGB connections. Anything at the top of the motherboard we want to try to plug in before we put that cooler in there, because that cooler kind of gets in the way a little bit. Not bad though, there's plenty of space up there. All right, so motherboard's mounted. Let's get that cooler out and we'll start pounding through that. I'll set that aside. The cooler that we're going to be using today is a 360 millimeter AIO by Deepcool. This is the LS720. So it's a 360 millimeter radiator with three 120 millimeter fans. The fans are the FC120s by Deepcool. Super nice daisy chained fans. So the cables are super easy to manage and work with for the daisy chain. Need that box anymore. Don't need that. So we are going to be mounting it in the case like so. So we need the cables on the right side of this cooler, so they're not facing the wrong way when we mount the cooler. I'll daisy chain your chain. Well, hello there. Hello there. Yeah, I don't really doubt that you would, actually. I'm feeling that lack of den hitting me like a freight train. Do, 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 do. Need that. That's AMD. Need that. Yes. Do, 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 do. Yeah, this PC is going to do a good job, I think. He'll be super happy with it. I actually love this cooler. I'm actually talking with Deep Cool right now to try to get some better pricing on these coolers. And also to get them more available because honestly they're a pain in the ass to get right now. Wish it was a little easier. Alright, let's get some of these connections done. This is a addressable RGB connection for the cooler itself. That plugged in here, and I'm going to do this before we mount this cooler in. Because it's just going to be a lot easier for me to mount this cooler. Plug these connections of the cooler. We got to do a couple of these CPU EPS connections. This is the power to the CPU, but we want to do these before we put that cooler in, so it's not, or at least less of a pain in the ass to deal with.
On Netflix. On Netflix. Exactly.
Alright, so we got those all plugged in. It's time to put this cooler.
it activated? It made it out. Back home. And then they start talking about.
That's a nice case, lots of space. Yes, sir.
What?
This, damn it. Dropped a screw. This case is the Fantex G500A. About $159 or so. It's very wide. Supports a 360 millimeter AIO on the top, which is awesome. I like to see that, especially in more modern cases nowadays. It includes 3 140 millimeter fans on the front that are addressable RGB PWM, which is awesome. I like to see that in modern cases. It's wide enough to mount a RTX 4090 normal way right to your motherboard, and have room for your power supply cables, your PCIe connection, Gen 5 connection to the graphics card. So it can support our modern or wider graphics cards. It also has a vertical mount option, though I would not use that because it would be right up against the glass, especially if it's a wide 3-slot card. Definitely don't do vertical mount in this case, unless you use a third-party vertical mount that keeps it, snug up against the motherboard. Universal mount, I guess, is what it would be.
Why do you think?
But yes, this case has a ton of extra space. It also has an addressable RGB strip on the top of the front, which gives it kind of a nice accent, as well as a strip of RGB, they're both addressable, at the bottom. So right here is an RGB strip, kind of cool, and there's a RGB strip up here. So it has a nice, real nice accent, which is actually part of the reason why I buy this 140 millimeter fan for the rear, which is by Cooler Master, because it has this ring that's 140 millimeter and it goes right on the rear here, and it really blends well with the accents on this case. I really like it a lot. There we go, we got our cooler mounted. Got our cooler mounted, our EPS cables in here. So those are all done and out of the way. We don't have to deal with that later. We do have to get the mount here for the Intel CPU 1700 block. Alright, I believe these ones are LGA. Alright, then the last thing we got to do is pull this apart, get this plastic shield off, still stuck on there, and we're going to wipe this thermal paste off because we're going to put thermal grizzly on there. We don't want to use the stock stuff. It's not bad stuff or anything like that, it's just I want thermal grizzly to last longer. when you get thermal paste on your hands. All right, let's get our brackets on there, and then we're ready to slap some thermal paste on there and put this cooler on the block on the CPU. It's actually turning into a gaming PC. Wouldn't you say so? You want the tubes at the bottom, so this is kind of ideally that we want to end up with. One bracket here. Damn it. There's just two small screws here to mount these little brackets onto the bottom side of the pump or block. Four screws total. Put that down, get our thermal paste on. There we go, we got our thermal paste, thermal grizzly added. So we're just gonna drop this on the pegs there, lined up very nicely. And there's a couple of thumb screws, but we're gonna use a Phillips driver to mount these. Totally missed it. Drop it. I'm going to start maybe with my thumbs. Starting to look like badass gaming PC now. Alright, so the last piece of this CPU cooler is our pump connection. That's going to run up this way and right to the pump header, which should be right here. Nope, it's over here. On this motherboard, it is right here. There we go. Nice and clean. Alright, so now we gotta get some of these motherboard front panel connections in. Out this fan. 24 pin graphics card power. We're good to go. Oh, and the power supply. Not a whole ton left. Making good progress, I'd say. This is our front panel USB 3 that we're going to plug it in here. And this one is our USB-C. Front panel USB-C. This down here we have an addressable RGB connection for the case. Addressable RGB in the front fans, as well as the PWM fan connection for the front fan. That goes right here down here at the bottom. We have a fan Q connection, which would equalize, and then a power switch block. Which is our power switch. Addressable RGB, I'm actually run it here for the whole. I can get it to fit. And then our front panel HD audio connection. Right. Let's go ahead and get the graphics card mounted, I guess. Or no, let's deal with this fan real quick. Then we'll do the graphics card, the RTX 3070. This is the Cooler Master Fan MF140 Halo. Specifically, we picked this fan. Oh, sorry. It's looking good, Ben. Thanks, Scotty. What GPU is it again? It's an RTX 3070. It's an Asus Tough, so it matches the motherboard as well. With this HF 140 by Cooler Master Halo is specifically selected because of the accents from the case. It has a halo ring on this fan. It blends very well with the accent RGB strips on the case. You'll see it when it fires up. It looks absolutely badass when it's fired up. One thing I should have done is dealt with the cables on this fan as well before putting this cooler in here. Now, got a situation. This is going to be a big pain in the butt. I gotta stand this bad boy up to do this. And we'll just run the cables around here and into the hole that we need it in. Hopefully. Just gotta finagle your fingers in here. Make it fit. You know what I mean, Scotty? Okay. I think we ran out of music on the playlist. Oh, dude, sorry. There we go. We got our fan installed, nice and neat. We have a PWM connection. I think I'm going to put the rear fan up here on the optional connection because There we go. The rest of it we can plug in when we flip it over and deal with that. Graphics card time. Let's do it. Oh, getting tired, guys. We've been going for what? Almost 4 hours. Doing those PC upgrades and doing this PC build. I'm kind of running out of juice. Ah. The pretty RTX 3070. Super fancy. Gotta make sure I get all these peels off. Peels free here. Don't want to accidentally take a sticker off though. Get you on there. The problem is, if you leave these on, like to come off over time and get sucked up and block your radiator fins.
Here.
Yeah, so we specifically select the Tough Gaming RTX 3070 to be paired with the Tough Gaming motherboard. Number one, because it's a lot easier to manage in the software. Number two, the aesthetics. Aesthetics are badass. It just looks like it was meant to be. I mean, why would you put a ASRock or, I'm sorry, Gigabyte card in an Asus motherboard when you can do Asus? This makes way more sense. There you go. All right, so I guess the last things we got to do is deal with some sleeved cable extensions. Flat the power supply in there and do some cable management, and we're going to fire this bad boy up. Finally. We got some cable combs we got to deal with. We love cable combs. Everybody likes playing with cable combs.
I've always hobby for time.
There we go. We got our 24 pin all set. Our cable comes plugged in. Looks nice and tactile. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good to me, you know. Nice and clean. Let's get our 2 8-pin PCIe connections done. Then we'll flip this bad boy over. You know, turn it around. Give it some love from the other side.
Cool.
That's some high-pitched stuff there, guys.
I never want them. I want them to be.
Nice and clean. We're ready to flip this bad boy over, finish up the cables on the other side. Power supply. Oh. Fire this bad boy up. Almost there, guys. Do. There we go. Power supply time. So the power supply we're going with is a 1000 watt EVGA Supernova Gold. This thing is a badass power supply. Fully modular. And will supply enough power to power a RTX 4090 if it needs to. But that's the idea of the system, is that yes, this is probably a little bit overkill for this build, but it will make it so that when they want to upgrade, they can do so very easily without having to replace a power supply. That's the idea. One thing I do love about EVGA is that there's only one twist tie holding this whole bundle together. Beautiful thing. You want a 4090? So do I. I want a 4092, man. I don't have one for myself. I just caught something. Remember that screw that I dropped earlier? For the radiator. Right here. Meant to pick that up and do that earlier. So for VGA, we're going to be using not the pigtails if we can avoid it. You don't want the pigtail PCIe connections if we can avoid them. We may not be able to. I'm just going to plug all the cables in, even though it is modular. Thinking best thing to do, like normal, keep them here on the power supply so they can be found later. Almost there, boys. Was turned into a little bit of a nightmare. Get in there. Get on. Come on, go on and get. Get in there. There, we got it to fit. That's nice. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Look at all them cavers.
I got it. Oh my. Up, down.
Do, do. Almost there. I know we're getting quiet because I'm running out of juice over here, boys. Running out of juice. Is that mesh magnetic? The top mesh I think you're referencing? No, it just clips in. Not magnetic per se. Clips into place. But it's very well fitted. Very well fitted. think I need a bigger zip tie for this one. For the future RTX 4090, we have all these PCIe connections. Okay. There we are. Okay. I think we're finally ready. Ready to fire this up. Give it the old college try, you know. Yeah. See what happens. Y'all ready? Finally. I have worked up a very large appetite. Super hungry. Let's go, let's go. Looks super nice, Ben. Good job. Thanks, Scotty. I appreciate you. That's the end results. We do have a post. We're at the warning, new CPU installed. No shit, Sherlock. Thanks for the sorry. Yeah, we've posted. Oh, yeah. Take a look at that bad boy. Yeah. Yeah. She's looking real nice. I think Mr. Zach, he's gonna be happy with this one. Hey T Hanks, what's up, man? Thanks for stopping back in. If you've been watching this whole time, I appreciate you. But yeah, we just got past, got done with the battle cruiser, ready to go. Yeah, sorry, I got a little quiet there. I'm running on low fumes here, boys. Caffeine's there, but the food's not. So I definitely need to hop stream and go get some food before these guys show up to pick up the PCs. Need to wolf some food down. This one I've got to actually finish up. I'm going to try to have it ready for him tomorrow to pick up. He's right here local to us, just a few minutes away. So, super excited to get him this one. It's just, the Asus tough gaming motherboard, tough gaming graphics card. So clean. So clean. And that Halo Cooler Master fan with the accent RGB on the case. It's so clean. I got to take some more pictures of this this rig. The one I have on my website sucks ass. But if anybody ever wanted one of these, this is a battle cruiser. Comes with it comes both either Intel or AMD. Right now it's the Intel 12th gen series, and AMD it's the 5000 series. But it's a Ryzen 5 or an Intel i7 12700K, Ryzen 7 5800X, or the 12700K. And it comes with an Asus Tough Gaming motherboard, Z690 for Intel, or the X570 with AMD. And then we do 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM and a 2TB M.2 Gen 4 with a RTX 3070 and a 1000 watt power supply with a 360mm AIO. And this is the Deepcool LS720 360mm with three 120mm fans. There's three 140mm fans on the front, and the Cooler Master Halo 140mm on the rear, along with some sleeve cables and that 1000 watt gold power supply. It's a great system to start out with. So, but thanks, Scotty. I appreciate you hanging out for the stream, all of you. I'm done for the night, though. I am burnt, man. This was almost 5 hours. Another weekend stream, almost 5+ hours. So we're at 4:24 right now. Man. But that was doing 3 PCs, guys. I upgraded two of the PCs and did a complete build. Those were my goals for the day. I do have some more stuff I got to do, but I need to eat, and the rest of it I'm probably going to do off stream. So if anybody ever has any questions, feel free to reach out. Also, you know anybody that needs a PC built, you know where to send them. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys. Catch you on the next stream. Take care.